retested support here. Let's see if we bleed out the rest of the support. There's a there's actually not a ton of support on a loss of 6,400. So if we lose like 95-ish, we could fall back to like the 6380 range, give or take. Maybe 63. Yeah, I would say 6380. There's big bot out of the money puts again, 55.50, which is kind of interesting. Trump's doing 15% tariffs on South Korea. Anything else interesting today? BOJ didn't cut, obviously. PCE was up. I'll flip the camera on in a minute. I'm just getting shit ready. U.S. tells UN Security Council Trump has made a clear deal to end Russia's war in Ukraine, and it must be done by August 8th. Ooh, my Carvana puts are up. Woo! Let's fucking go. Yeah, I'm fine. I just don't have the camera set up or the lights on. I also started like some new medicine yesterday, so that's probably gonna fuck me up for a little while. What the fuck? God damn it. It's doing that stupid shit again. There we go. What's up, man? Yeah, so slipping 95 here opens up a test down at 80. Gamma could fall negative. Right now, it doesn't look like there's a ton of sold put support, so I mean, obviously, selling puts this high above the market makers expected move has been dangerous, so unlikely for bulls to load up. However, the spread between the two chains is very, very tight, like almost non-existent, which means that they could sell puts pretty much anywhere on the downside without any kind of significant repercussions. There's spot puts at 90, 85, and then sold put support 80, 75, although very minimal. Then big bot puts out of the money at 55.50. Discord's on. Say no to drugs, Gherkin. We like it when you're a happy pickle. This isn't for that. Camera fixed itself? No, it fixed it. What's up, Gilgamesh? Why did we not go to 6? Why would we go to 6,500? Generac. Congratulations. Still building some bot puts to the downside. It's like a few calls coming in. 95, 6,400. 6390 is like a minor support. Take a break from zero DTs. I can't handle this rush. Really? You fucking with me? Huh. Alright. Flip point, then bounce to the heavens. I don't know. There's a lot of bot puts coming in. Hmm. Left a gap back at 63.95. Ooh, slipping 90. Some bot calls coming in at 90, 80. Bot puts all the way down to 70 right now. So some of those get roasted on a bounce. I'm gonna retest the flip here. Filled one of the upside gaps at 87. You're the goat, Greg. Thanks, man. See if we push back up above the flip. So far, still a fairly strong bounce on MES. Or MNQ, rather. Sorry. Well, I guess both. Both are pretty decent. There's a gap here at 95. Mm, Sorry. Still holding above the flip here. Gonna rip some 5x5. Maybe. We'll see. Jesus. Gap fill and more downs. We've still got a ways to go to hit the gap fill. It's like $4 more to the upside. Um, New low. Almost. Well, new low on ES, but not SPX. Weird. Hmm. Is that 80 test? Seems like that's getting blown out too. Getting pretty close to just filling the entirety of the gap. See if we bounce off the delta flip here. Still a lot of bot puts around spot. There's some bot calls to the upside around like 90, 95, but nothing near here yet. Some put selling 65, 60. Hmm. Gamma still picks up all the way down to like 55. Don't forget we have a collar roll today. Good morning, Mia. could be bullish towards like after the color rolls. Usually is. Not always, but usually. Hmm. Hmm. Remember, once we're back under V the market maker becomes supportive again. Well, at least supportive on the uptick. It's a good place to bounce it. What if no more upticks? Yeah, I mean, fair. We kind of run out of bot puts to the downside here a little bit at like 63.70. There's more bot puts out of the money, like 55, 50, 45. But there's a bit of a gap. Like the 65, 60 puts are sold. $90-day delay on Mexico tariffs. But tariffs are in effect until the tariffs are still in effect though. There's the 6400 test on ES also at the bottom of this. Let's see if we push back towards a positive delta exposure. VIX at 16. I'm exhausted from that 0 DTE ride, man. I feel the adrenaline dump hitting me. Wait, I thought you weren't playing 0 DTEs anymore. I did this morning. I'm so close to getting out the puts on my straddle. I wish I'd fucking woken up in time. I could have sold my puts at market open, or my calls at market open. Instead, I didn't get out of them till like 10 o'clock. I'd open about 663.90 puts. Nice. So we got another attempt at a reversal here. We got some more out of the money call buying. Some buying at spot at 80. Still bought puts all the way down to 70. Those have not capitulated yet, so be wary of the 85 test failing. If we even get that high. Don't forget we have a gap back here at 95. Bounce off VN with like a couple cents. Within like a couple cents. Well, VN's probably moved a little. It blows my mind that there's thousands of options traders out there that don't even know what the fuck all this shit is. There's some dude just sitting at his computer like, man, 71's a weird place to bounce. We can fix them, Gherkin. Hundreds in here that also don't. Just the live data is worth it for GS from a newbie trader like me. Thanks, man. I hope so. It's Vega neutral. Well, on the weekly contract. I love the fin traders that have one screen with no technical slash software support on their trading platform. Like, bro, come on. You mean the guys who just like trade the tape? Just trading the fucking Dom all day? Vibe trading. Yeah. No, I mean it literally is. Uh-oh. Slippery. Still a shitload of bot puts. I feel attacked. Is that what you're doing, Grim, too? Just got a ladder in the middle of your one monitor. Should we put another 1% on earnings tonight? I don't think Apple earnings are going to be nearly as fun. I mean, Amazon already got like a shitload of price improvement. Last night's like pump was going to happen no matter what. I think Microsoft or Meta earnings look like. I don't think it made a bit of fucking difference. Like, you guys saw the move in fucking correlation before close. Oh, weird. Hold on. Oh my god, I just got a fucking phone call from AI. That was the weirdest. What's the weirdest? Hi, I'm Clara, and I have some questions about your recent customer contact. Creepy. Slightly higher low. Might shake off some more of those bot puts here. I'm up 498k for the year on vibes and having unlimited risk tolerance. Nice. $498k. It doesn't have pigeon whale. Exactly. Yesterday was my greatest trading day in years. I had 63.25 and 40p's that absolutely printed, but the best part, I literally took all of that money.
But the best part,
this is long.
I literally took all of that money and put it into 6400 CS that I bought for sub 2 each and closed this morning right at open.
Put into 6400 C's that I bought for sub $2 each and closed this morning right at open. Fuck yeah, dude. Now you have enough money to not do stupid shit like that again. Up. Still have 90, 95, 6400 bot calls sitting out of the money. Bigger bot puts at 85.90 though, so resistance up here a bit. Volume's increasing to the upside on ES. Isn't it weird we bounced at 70? Stop buying fucking puts, Cobra. Why do we have to have like another 8 months of me and you arguing about buying puts above gamma neutral? You shouldn't do it. You're just not good at it. 8 months. Did you buy more puts at the bottom yesterday? God damn it. Yeah, we got a nice bounce off of VN. It is printing pretty hard. But we do start to run into some resistance here at 85 and 90. Tariffs will save me. I'll break even. Maybe. Just tell people you're playing the seasonality. Does Gamma Flip act as resistance? Yeah, a bit. It can be like, it can be hard to get away from. It's like pushing out above it can be difficult. Not necessarily like the exact price, but like gamma's still negative right here, and then not very positive when you get above the gamma flip. So it's getting more of that gamma like under spot helps helps bulls stabilize price action tremendously. So the further above gamma flip you get, the more stable price action is, but the less bullish it becomes. This is a hell of a turnaround. We're just pushing up through bot pits right now. At 90, if we get the 90 in the money, we could push all the way out to 6,400 pretty easily. We still have that gap at 95 to the upside. Bulls are selling the 90 put. It's a good support. Retest the flip. I wonder if we break out above this quickly. And Q still looks pretty good. $63.88. That's a weird place to reject. Gamma Strike is so cool. They teach these things in any type of college course. Mm, some of it, yeah. Like financial engineering. Getting close to pushing up above those bot calls at 90. Very close. That opens up the gap fill at 95, retest of 6,400. As long as this doesn't get swamped by profit taking, it should be good to continue pushing up. My buddy just got his CFA, works at Goldman, has a brother at BlackRock, and my knowledge of this stuff well exceeds his with less than a year's worth of learning. Nice. Yeah, it doesn't take too long to get good. Or at least learn the basics. And most people in finance have very little understanding of how derivatives work. It's kind of a niche. One sec. Can I step away for a second here? I have to go down to the lobby and fucking get my groceries real quick. Uh, okay, yeah. So like a 92 breakout starts to push us into the calls a little bit. Uh, do not lock yourself out. I've only done that like once. Right? Yeah, it was just like one time. Nice. All right. Bum, bum, bum. 95 gap is just above us. 6400's obviously resistance up here. Hmm. Take the stairs for extra calorie burn. I'm not doing that. That's way too far. Welcome back. I haven't left yet. And all these out of the money fucking bot pets are getting burned up. Why are they buying more still? Is there some other news today? It's a press briefing at 1 o'clock. Hmm. I don't think anything's over yet. We are starting to run out of a little bit of steam on the call side here, though. In the money bot puts coming in at 95. Some bot puts at 90. Still bot puts to the downside, 80, 75, and then big fucking piles of bot puts. 55, 45, 40, 30, 25, 20, which are probably bought to close. That's kind of interesting. I got puts on Carvana this morning. I told everyone last night I was going to short it at 400. So I just shorted it when I woke up. It's kind of the same thing. I should actually put a stop on those in case there's support around here. So close to the gap. I mean, this bounce could still fail. It's kind of not very impressive. $22 ain't impressive. I mean, not when it's on the back of like the fucking $55 drop. They didn't run out of money pumping it. It was it seemed like a very like specific like grab for upside positioning. Which kind of didn't work out great. Oh, groceries are getting warm. They put them in little insulated bags. They'll be okay. Yeah, I know. Gotta watch for the inverse head and shoulders here at like 85, probably. So if we get support there, it might burn. It might be enough of a drop to burn off the bot puts. You have to bitch about it, John. Uh, Goldman CEO meeting with Trump today to get a stock tip like last time. Yeah, grocery delivery is pretty fucking dope. The only thing I hate about it is when they pick shit like that you didn't want. And there's no like, well, at least for Whole Foods, there's no option to like just say don't replace things with other items. You have to like go through the whole fucking list and individually pick like alternatives or I don't want an alternative. It's a pain in the ass. There is? How? One time I was ordering 4 bananas and I got 4 bunches of bananas. Amazon lets you pick like an alternative, but it's like you have to be. It suggests like things that are not alternatives. It's like, oh, I noticed that we're out of this we're out of this apple pie that you wanted. Would you instead like a bunch of grapes? Ordered oranges. What Cheetos instead? Babe, baby well nuke. Agentic. PKI. I find it annoying that when I buy options, I can't select the one that will make money. Instead, they leave it up to me to select put or call. Whole food substitutions are not even remotely close to the original item. Yeah. Yeah. Believe me, I know. I've got a fucking 8 pack of like vegan hot dogs in my refrigerator, and I'd ordered breakfast sausage that was made out of pork. Close, though. That was closer. Are there specific levels they look at rolling? I think they just execute it when they have the like sufficient fills. Gaps filled at 95. 6,400 still resistance up here. That's why your cholesterol be bussin', because I get vegan hot dogs instead of breakfast sausages. When you do like 3 or 4 selections of don't substitute this thing, comes up with says no substitutes on anything. If you will click it, it will change them all to do not substitute. Oh shit. Okay. Maybe I need to like update my app or something. I'll try that next time. Because this morning I went through like 110 items and had to individually fucking select each one. Which I like might as well just go shopping at that point. Ordered groceries once, and how I know the programmers who wrote the interface didn't talk to marketing first was when they asked what parametric equivalent I would be okay with instead of cantaloupe. They're just going to replace your cantaloupe with something statistically like a cantaloupe. Oh, maybe that's the problem. They just like look at items that other people purchased who also purchased a cantaloupe, and they're like, this person will want one of these things. What's up, manga? We're still buying 30 DTE TQQQQ pets and prep for a taco tomorrow. No. TQQQ is not ready to short yet. It's still doing weird shit. Also, if I bought them, it'd probably be more like 60 days or 90. 30 is not always enough. It's weird. The leveraged ETFs are not back at all-time highs. Neither is RSP. Just short. Man, today looks like dog shit on futures. I think this is gonna fail. Like this bounce. Like the technical setup is disgusting. Look at this. Look at this crap. It's like we bounced, retested the trend, and then like now we're stuck at the like prior week close. And that's kind of failing a little bit. That is not nearly as sexy as it looks. Almost like SPX is driven by Mag 7 or something. I mean, yeah, you know what's weird actually? A lot of the move up out of April's lows were not as Mag 7 heavy. I talked about this in Pickles Picks that like Mag 7 was still lagging behind like financials and manufacturing. As far as like, well, relative to the prior move up in 2024, where Mag 7 weighting was significantly higher part of the index. But like now is the time that I was describing where like people are going to start rotating out of financials and into Mag 7 because it's the only thing that can still like support a bull case because everyone else got fucked on their inventories and like margin drawdowns. What's up around the world in 100 days? So I think we're in that period at least that I was describing where we're gonna see concentration pick up even more. Not that this rally was super broad. It was still very narrow, but not that narrow. Holy smokes! Who killed JPY? Japan did. Oh, I saw something about the. Is it a merger? I thought they were buying someone out, like Okta or some shit. I could have sworn I read about this yesterday on like Bloomberg or something. It's like they agreed to buy CyberArk software and a cash and stock deal, valuing the Israeli cybersecurity company at 25 billion. Yeah, that's a lot of fucking money. Because they're gonna spend a shitload of money. It's like a couple years of revenue. I mean, they'll probably be fine, but investors are going to want to see that investment prove out. Yeah, I mean, like, I think they average like a few 100 million a quarter in like net income, maybe like half a billion in free cash flows. So that's like 48 months of their free cash flows being thrown into this kind of unproven cybersecurity like stock deal, cash stock deal. Well, okay. Well, not publicly traded. Are they? Um, or is it Okta that's not? It's Noma. Yeah, I see. No, I know Okta. I know no one's buying them. I don't think Okta's involved at all. It's just a random like cyber security related news article. Hmm. I mean, they're not super profitable, which is problematic. That might be one of the things that they're concerned about. Like this purchase does not it's not like significantly additive to Palo Alto's bottom line right now. So I feel like that makes at least sense and why Palo Alto is getting fucking hammered so hard. Not only is it fucking like $5 billion over their current market cap buyout, but like they're buying out a company that has negative net margins. It's a little bit of a risky investment. I'm sure they're just doing it to consolidate like tech or whatever, but either tech or customer base. All right, I'm gonna go grab my groceries. I'll be right back. Oh, look, I didn't miss anything. Fantastic. All right. We have a press conference in what, 30? No auctions today, I don't think. Or, well, none left. I think we just had short ones, but like a 4 week or something. Yeah, 4-8. Nothing but bills. All right. I had 400s, 410s. I got stopped out of the 400s already. Um, I have about half of the 410s open. I have like 6 contracts left or something. Bot call 6405. Synthetic short at 6400. So falling back below 6400, probably a little bit bearish. Billy's Eggplant Railroad. How can I be a top trading machine using only GS and a protractor? Well, first you have to get the protractor in your bet. How do I get it out? That's the hard part. Oh, well, for most of us. No, it's just one step. Well, given that tomorrow is the cutoff for the tariffs, I would assume that there'll be an extension. That's how tariffs have worked so far, right? You announce tariffs, set a deadline for the tariffs to start, and then move the deadline. Now, after you move the deadline so you still appear tough, you announce more tariffs. Because you wouldn't want anyone to think you were being a bitch about the initial tariffs that you announced. Mm. It's unique to tools I have. It's not in GS. You can see the volume in GS. You can see the vol. Hear me out. Keep pushing back the tariff deadline and keep saying, see, they are not causing inflation. Lower the rates too late. Why would you ever go up to Albany? What, your job makes you do CrossFit? My side hustle is coaching CrossFit. We have to do show face at the cult gathering. That makes sense. I once pooped at a Barnes and Noble in Utica. I pooped at one in Syracuse one time. What do you want to do on a pullback? Yeah. Didn't want to do that when it was at $30. Same. Syracuse is a terrible place, but not as terrible as getting sued for using the word CrossFit publicly. I think a lot of people think that CrossFit is just like an exercise style. It's not. It's a branded product. And a cult. There was a period where they were trying to sue the fuck out of everybody for owning CrossFit gyms that weren't like, a franchise. Sorry to hear you got burned like that, twat waffle. You have to pay like $3,500 to use the name. Yeah. I used to go to a pseudo CrossFit gym that was just called Energy Works. All the stuff they taught was just CrossFit. But they didn't use the word CrossFit anywhere. They went out of business. Quickly. Thanks to the memories. This is my daily entertainment. Anytime, dude. I want to buy something for a dopamine hit, but this market's just overblown. Yeah, it is. There's sectors that are undervalued. It was the entire R3K, which is shorted to shit. So if you're real confident in Trump's economy, you can always bet on small caps. Remember, Palantir was a penny stock at one point. So was Apple. Chances of the carry becoming an issue soon? I don't know. The yen hasn't appreciated against the dollar for like 4 months. And the BOJ would rather starve everybody in their country to death than cut rates. Woo! Nice. The Japanese are historically pretty obese. It makes sense. Good job, government. Good guy, BHA. You know what it is? It's because they don't have any U.S. rice. If only they'd buy our rice, they wouldn't have these problems. It was a sharp drop. And I was short, so that was fun too. That's my favorite. When you're just short or long a thing, and then it goes the direction you want. Good stuff. Thanks, DDGJ Dave. You're not so bad yourself, but it's hard to say your name. I'm just gonna call you J Dave. There's too much alliteration in your screen name. China? China's having a lot of stuff going on. And tariffs. Number one is preferable. Yeah, but you're not number one, so it's like kind of awkward. Why are you long? It didn't get above gamma neutral. What do you guys? Why do you do this? Fucking Christ! I couldn't have been more specific about the entry. Back to slow grind or more down. We could move down more. Support still sucks. Trading reverse condors and credit spreads last week has been the most relaxed I've ever been. You've suckered me into the sell side. It's amazing. It really is. It's like my favorite. You just do one thing a day, and then that's it. To be fair, it's a lot better when you have a ton of money. It's a little more difficult otherwise. Yeah, sometimes I trade RUT or NDX. They can be trash. They can also be really, really profitable. RUT less often. Usually I just trade IWM, but NDX on occasion. It's the delta at 6,500. It's a giant pile of bot calls. I have a degenerate amount of spy calls out of the money. I still think this doesn't look good. It's like a shitty reversal. Kind of failed to regain the highs of the day. There's so much resistance at 6,400. Wild. Oh, you bought some fig? Nice. Yeah, we did one of those. We did that with Upstart. Upstart and BNAD. It happens all the time. Wolf. You ever think about how incredibly unlikely it was for so much immense rugged handsomeness and stock gaddishness to be concentrated into one singular pickle-themed finutainment streamer? I haven't, actually. That's... fuck. I have not. I mean, I am now. I'm thinking about it now. Oh, the presser might have started. No. Hmm. What do you think about the Figma IPO? I don't play IPOs. I don't care that much. It'll probably go up and then they'll open options on it and it'll go down. Or it'll just go down because it's a fucking IPO. WeBull was closer to my heart, though. I'll never be number one. Don't be so hard on yourself. GME power packs, dumb or make money? Both. Dumb things can make money. I saw some like AI slop cartoon that someone made this morning on Reddit when I was like right after I woke up. And it was like showing how a profit margin is made, but somehow they excluded all of the labor and development costs and everything from the total profit to make it seem like Jamie was making way more money off of this than they actually will. And I remembered why I don't give a fuck about Jamie anymore. I've never had more than 200 XP. Have you tried becoming a pigeon whale? I didn't. It wasn't so much that I got tired of GameStop and their bullshit. I just got tired of everyone else. I don't. I mean, I just don't. I don't care about GameStop and their bullshit that much. I definitely don't. Oh fuck yeah! Nice. Thanks, Nuke. Merge in the fix for the live data freeze because you're a beautiful bastard. Bot puts above spot. There was some call buying here at the it's like the 90 strike, with some sold puts below it, but the majority of sold put support is much further out of the money, down at like 63.60. Also, the 55.50 puts are still there, and there's like fucking 40,000 of them. You are still number two. Maybe you should comment on the stream. Try that. See if that gets you some XP. This number two word for it. We need a tariff chart. I post them in Pickles Picks all the time. Also, there's someone in the Discord who has like a Google Docs of all the tariffs as well. I can buy number one for $2. Can you? You're gonna try to start a bidding war? Who's number one right now? Well, you. Functional Chungus and me too. Yeah, but if Nitu made money today, he's gonna give people Cornichon and then he's gonna be number one. Look at you. 400 dead puts, but you're number one on the stream. There goes all my profits for today. Let's see if we fail this retest of the gamma float. Have you seen my condor? I'm making money today no matter what. No. Hmm. Can't believe the summer's almost over. I wonder how many of you understand the code in which I speak. Is it Pig Latin? Kind of. Like, I don't say buy puts here. I say things like, let's see if the gamma flip fails. But then, like, some of you must get it. Also the hums, yeah. Never change. We understood. We wouldn't be here every day. Yes, you would. Greg, I don't know what you're talking about at all. Maybe if you had a move to signal, like sliced alone and over the top, he turns his hat backwards when it's go time. Interesting. I've accepted a job offer, so I may or may not be resubbing. Oh shit. Is it like a pigeon whale job or a dillionaire job? You've been both in the past. Girk leaves suddenly, 45-point rip. I do tend to get up out of my chair when I've closed my puts. I mean, that was no, it's just a really good technical setup, which is why I pointed it out. Does Caroline Levitt know that she's crashing the market while she's doing whatever it takes her 30 minutes to do before every press conference? Look, Trump's ancient. It takes a long time to get off. So much makeup. Yeah, that's fair. Why does everything this admin does seem to come out of a 1950s sales how-to booklet? Keep them waiting and guessing. It's the art of the deal. That's a good question. You know she owes like 300,000 in campaign debt from a failed run for Congress or something? No. Wait, doesn't she have like a rich husband? Why can't she pay it off? It's like I'm on a really bad used car lot at all times. Yeah, yeah, it does feel like that. I think it's a lack of education, social graces. People who are prone to sycophantic behavior kind of just behave that way generally. Like they're corny, you know? I'm 9.5 years older than my girlfriend. Congratulations, Cobra. I assume you're bragging. Did the woman just take a bunch of selfies of the rumor? Like,
We have a lot of news today, and I have quite a few announcements for you, so let's get to it. First, on behalf of the President and the White House, we express our deepest condolences to the family of New York police officer Islam, who made the ultimate sacrifice in defense of his fellow New Yorkers. As the funeral services are held in New York City today, everyone at the White House is keeping the officer's family, friends, and fellow NYPD law enforcement officers in our thoughts and prayers. The President has always, and will always, proudly stand with our men and women in blue. May God bless Officer Islam and the other individuals who were tragically killed in this senseless act of violence. In other news, President Trump's working visit to Scotland was a huge success. In less than 48 hours, President Trump brokered the biggest, most impactful trade deal in history and prevented a war in Asia for the second time since he took office. We have never had a president who wields the full power of the United States to negotiate good deals for our country and its people like President Trump. This is what maximum leverage looks like. On the peace front, President Trump helped
$1.1 trillion.
unconditional ceasefire between Thailand and Cambodia. The two countries were engaged in a deadly conflict that had displaced more than 300,000 people until President Trump stepped in to put an end to it. The president spoke directly on the phone with the acting Prime Minister of Thailand and the Prime Minister of Cambodia to inform both leaders that unless they brought their conflict to an end, there would be no trade discussions or agreements with the United States. Almost immediately afterward, a peace was brokered that will save thousands of lives and allowed for trade negotiations with these countries to resume, and they have. The president has now ended conflicts between Thailand and Cambodia, Israel and Iran, Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of the Congo, India and Pakistan, Serbia and Kosovo, and Egypt and Ethiopia. This means President Trump has brokered, on average, about one peace deal or ceasefire per month during his 6 months in office. It's well past time that President Trump was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize.
Nah, I knew
I
that
know
was
the
very
topic
good.
of Israel is on everyone's mind. I have an update from Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, who I got off the phone with this morning. Special Envoy Witkoff and Ambassador Huckabee had a very productive meeting with Prime Minister
Ooh, new low for the day.
and other officials today in Israel on the topic of delivering much-needed food and aid to Gaza. President Trump is a humanitarian with a big heart, and that's why he sent Special Envoy Witkoff to the region.
We've almost closed the gap.
To save lives and end this crisis. Tomorrow, Special Envoy Witkoff and Ambassador Huckabee will be traveling into Gaza to inspect the current distribution sites and secure a plan to deliver more food and meet with local Gazans to hear firsthand about this dire situation on the ground. The Special Envoy and the Ambassador will brief the President immediately after their visit to approve a final plan for food and aid distribution into the region, and we will provide more details for all of you once that plan is approved and agreed on by the President of the United States. On the trade front, the President secured a historic trade agreement with the European Union that puts America first and fundamentally strengthens the economic relationship between the two largest economies in the world. This deal delivers on two of President Trump's promises on trade, supercharging America's manufacturing capacity and opening up foreign market access to American businesses.
The loss at 70 opens up the move to 55 or 50.
Levels of access to the European Union markets to export our American-made goods. Also, as part of this agreement, the EU will purchase $750 billion in U.S. energy to strengthen our energy dominance, reduce European reliance on adversarial sources, and narrow our trade deficit with the EU. The EU will also make new investments of $60 billion in the United States, in addition to the more than $100 billion the EU companies already invest in the U.S. every year. All of these massive purchases and investments will happen by the end of 2028. What we are watching is President Trump rebuilding the greatest economy in the history of the world and simultaneously proving the so-called economic experts wrong at every turn. Media pundits said a trade deal with the EU this monumental and beneficial to America would be impossible.
It's the only thing
but
I
President
agree with
Trump
this
made it
administration
happen.
on.
The so-called
Economists
economic
are
experts
idiots.
repeatedly said that the American economy would be in a recession this summer. Well, summer is here. It's almost
Remember
over.
when I said this
and
looked
that
really
recession
bearish
does not
earlier?
exist. Yesterday, in fact, real GDP growth in the second
Look at it
quarter
now.
increased at a 3.0% annual rate, significantly above expectations. President Trump's America First policies are driving economic growth, as he always
have
said
different
they
reasons
would.
for saying
And this growth
so.
is being
Well,
driven by the private sector.
I
not
say
the
it because I'm
government.
smarter than
Federal
them.
government
They say it
spending
because they
fell
don't get
for a
it.
second straight quarter, while real business fixed investment rose by nearly 2% following its first quarter surge. President Trump is right-sizing government spending, reversing the damage done by the Biden administration, and allowing the private sector to flourish. The same so-called experts claimed that President Trump's tariffs would spike inflation and hurt American consumers. But consumer spending growth just accelerated, and inflation remains right on track. For the past 5 straight months, core
I can't believe
inflation has
Biden
come in
never
below
chickened
market
out on
expectation
any
and remains in line with the Fed's 2% inflation
on any
target.
trade deals.
Meanwhile, customs and tariff revenues have already totaled more than $150 billion since President Trump took office, leading to the first June budget surplus in nearly a decade. Those revenues will skyrocket even further starting tomorrow when new reciprocal tariff rates take effect. President Trump is restoring America's economic sovereignty by reducing our reliance on foreign countries, boosting investment in the U.S. to the tune of trillions of dollars, and creating hundreds of thousands of high-paying jobs for the American people. With America finally put first on trade and the largest middle-class tax cuts in history and other pro-growth provisions of the One Big Beautiful Bill beginning to take effect, the American economy will boom like never before over the course of the next 3.5 years, thanks to the president's vision. Finally, as you all know, the president signed an executive order earlier this year to solve the problem of exorbitant pharmaceutical pricing. According to recent data, the prices that Americans have been paying for brand name drugs are more than 3 times the price other similarly developed nations pay. The president is determined to solve this problem and took further action today. He has signed 17 letters to pharmaceutical companies' CEOs. And I would like to read you one of these letters to the CEO of Eli Lilly. All of these letters will be provided to you following this briefing. This is to the CEO of Eli Lilly from the President of the United States. On May 12, 2025, I signed an executive order delivering most favored nation prescription drug pricing to American patients to stop global freeloading and guarantee that Americans pay the same prices enjoyed by other developed nations. Right now, brand name drugs in the United States are up to 3 times higher on average than anywhere else for the identical medicines. This unacceptable burden on hardworking American families ends with my administration. Most proposals the Trump administration has received to resolve this critical issue promised more of the same, shifting blame and requesting policy changes that would result in billions of dollars in handouts to industry. Moving forward, the only thing I will accept from drug manufacturers is a commitment that provides American families immediate relief from the vastly inflated drug prices and an end to the free ride of American innovation by European and other developed nations. Accordingly, I'm calling on Eli Lilly and Company and every manufacturer doing business in our great country to take the following actions within the next 60 days. Extend the most favored nation pricing to Medicaid, guarantee most favored nation pricing for newly launched drugs, return increased revenues abroad to American patients and taxpayers, provide for direct purchasing at most favored nation pricing. The President's team, including Secretary Kennedy and Administrator Oz, stand ready to implement these terms. The President expects to further engage with them immediately in good faith to deliver relief for American families. Make no mistake, a collaborative effort towards achieving global pricing parity would be the most effective path for companies, the government, and American patients. But if you refuse to step up, we will deploy every tool in our arsenal to protect American families from continued abusive drug pricing practices. Americans are demanding lower drug prices, and they need them today. Other nations have been freeloading on U.S. innovation for far too long, and it is time they pay their fair share. I look forward to your binding commitments to each of these goals by September 29th, 2025, and my team stands ready to assist with implementation questions. Thank you for your immediate attention to this vital national priority. Signed, President Donald J. Trump. Again, to the CEO of Eli Lilly. This letter, in its form, has been designed for each of the 17 major drug and pharmaceutical companies in the United States, and we're happy to provide you the full list. And I believe you will see all 17 letters popping on Truth Social very shortly, so you can look out for those, and I'm happy to take any further questions. Before we get to questions, I do have one other announcement from the White House and from the President. We are proud to announce that the construction of the new White House ballroom will begin. For 150 years, presidents, administrations, and White House staff have longed for a large event space on the White House complex that can hold substantially more guests than currently allowed. President Trump has expressed his commitment to solving this problem on behalf of future administrations and the American people. The White House is one of the most beautiful and historic buildings in the world. Yet the White House is currently unable to host major functions honoring world leaders in other countries without having to install a large and unsightly tent approximately 100 yards away from the main building's entrance. The White House State Ballroom will be a much-needed and exquisite addition of approximately 90,000 total square feet of innately designed and carefully crafted space with a seated capacity of 650 people, which is a significant increase from the 200-person seated capacity in the East Room of the White House. In recent weeks, President Trump has held several meetings with members of the White House staff, the National Park Service, the White House Military Office, and the United States Secret Service to discuss design features and planning. President Trump has chosen McCreary Architects as the lead architect, which is well known for their classical architectural design and based right here in our nation's capital. The construction team will be headed by Clark Construction, and the engineering team will be led by AECOM. The project will begin in September 2025, and it is expected to be completed long before the end of President Trump's term. President Trump and other donors have generously committed to donating the funds necessary to build this approximately $200 million structure. The United States Secret Service will provide the necessary security enhancements and modifications. The White House ballroom will be substantially separated from the main building of the White House, but at the same time, its theme and architectural heritage will be almost identical. The site of the new ballroom will be where the small, heavily changed and reconstructed East Wing currently sits. The East Wing was constructed in 1902 and has been renovated and changed many times, with a second story added in 1942. White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles has provided the following statement. President Trump is a builder at heart and has an extraordinary eye for detail. The President and the Trump White House are fully committed to working with the appropriate organizations to preserve the special history of the White House while building a beautiful ballroom that can be enjoyed by future administrations and generations of Americans to come. In the White House, we will continue to provide the American public and all of you in the press with updates on this project at whitehouse.gov/visit. And if you go there shortly, you will be able to see renderings and visuals of what this ballroom will look like, both the exterior and the interior. I have provided some photos for all of you in the room today. This is the interior of the ballroom space. It's quite beautiful. And then this is the exterior of the ballroom space. As you can see, it will come off of the executive mansion as it sits today, and the East Wing will be modernized and renovated. We're happy to answer any further questions on that, Jennifer. Since you're so eager, I will go to you, but first, as always, I want to start with our new media seat, Ben Weingarten. Why don't you go ahead, Ben?
Thank you. In light of the release, the declassification of the annex to the Durham report today, beyond any potential prosecutions, the outcomes of which will likely be uncertain, what does the president believe justice
calls
ought to entail? Might it include restitution for those whose lives were upended as a consequence of Russiagate, and perhaps a major reorganization of the national security apparatus?
Well, I think a major organization of the national security apparatus, at least here at the White House within the National Security Council, has indeed taken place, and the president entrusts his current CIA director, John Ratcliffe, and our ODNI director, Tulsi Gabbard, to make the necessary changes to ensure classified intelligence, especially that could implement or hurt the national security of our country does not make its way into the hands of irresponsible actors who want to politicize that intelligence for their own end. Since you brought up the declassification report that was put out by Senator Grassley today, I'm glad you brought it up because this should be a story every outlet in this room should be covering. This is further evidence that Hillary Clinton
bullshit.
approved the Russia hoax against President Trump. Her campaign financed it. Again, she approved it. And the FBI and the CIA were both weaponized to, as our director of CIA has said, accelerate this hoax against then candidate and former President Trump. To answer the heart of your question, the president wants to see justice serves, and he trusts the Attorney General and the Department of Justice to implement that justice and hold these people accountable.
One more question, briefly,
Sure.
if I may, on a totally different topic. There's been legislation reintroduced in the House and Senate on designating the Muslim Brotherhood as a terrorist organization. The Muslim Brotherhood is considered by many to be the fountainhead of Sunni Islamic supremacism from which Hamas and other groups have spawned, with a nexus to domestic organizations as well. Does the president support designating the Muslim Brotherhood as a terrorist organization?
Frankly, I'm not sure because I haven't talked to him, and I would never want to get ahead of the National Security Council on specific designations. It sounds like something this administration would support, but we can get a firm answer for you. How's that?
Thank you.
Thanks for being here. Jennifer, go ahead. Eager beaver today.
How much of the East Wing will be torn down? The entire East Wing or just parts of it?
So the East Wing is going to be modernized. The necessary construction will take place. And for those who are housed in the East Wing, including the Office of the First Lady, the White House Military Office, the White House Visitors Offices, those offices will be temporarily relocated while the East Wing is being modernized.
And then on Israel-Gaza, there are some reports that negotiations with Hamas might not be continuing. Did you get any updates from Steve Witkoff on that?
I did. Special Envoy Witkoff is actively talking with our counterparts in Israel about that, and he wants to give some grace to the president so he can fully brief the president on what he's learning on the ground in both Israel and Gaza. But the president put out a very strong statement on Truth Social this morning, which I'm sure you saw, and he said the quickest way to end this entire conflict, the humanitarian crisis that we've seen, and the crisis in Israel that of course started on October 7th when Hamas brutally kidnapped and raped innocent Israelis, that terrible terrorist attack, is for Hamas to surrender, to release all of the hostages, and to end this conflict. And that's what the president wants to see. He's made that very clear. But the special envoy will be in Gaza tomorrow, as I shared with you previously. Josh.
Can you give us a little more clarity on the tariff timing? You said that the reciprocals will take effect tomorrow.
Yes.
Does that include the new auto rates, for instance, on Japan, Korea, the EU? Is this all coming effective tomorrow?
So some of the countries you just mentioned, Japan, South Korea, they have bespoke trade deals that the president cut, which, just to backtrack for a second, Josh, we promised that the president would negotiate with countries all around the world to cut tailor-made trade deals depending on those countries' challenges, how badly they've ripped off the United States of America and our manufacturing industry and our workforce in the past. And he has done that. Of our 18 major trading partners, 2/3 of those trading partners have a deal. We've sent out 17 letters to countries around the world. And the rest of those countries that either do not have a deal or have a letter, they will be hearing from this administration by the midnight deadline tonight. So yes, tomorrow, August 1st, the reciprocal rates will be going into effect. If more deals are cut between now and midnight, I will never count out the president. You've seen him do it before. He cut 3 deals in one day very recently. So we'll see what happens. I do know foreign leaders are ringing his phone, realizing this deadline is a real thing for them tomorrow, and they're bringing offers to the table.
We were reporting that the president plans to meet David Solomon of Goldman Sachs today. Can you say what they'll discuss, if anything, in that meeting?
I won't discuss the president's private meetings from this podium, and it hasn't taken place yet unless he gives me liberty to do so.
And finally, have you talked with the president about his position on the stock trading ban bill before Congress? He obviously had pretty loaded comments about Senator Hawley. There's some reporting that they've since spoken. What is his position on the current status of that bill?
The president has spoken to Senator Hawley, who called him, and the president took that call. As the president said in the Roosevelt Room yesterday, conceptually, he of course supports the idea of ensuring that members of Congress and United States senators who are here for public service cannot enrich themselves. And the reason that this idea to put a ban on stock trading for members of Congress is even a thing is because of Nancy Pelosi. I mean, she is rightfully criticized because she makes, I think, $174,000 a year, yet she has a net worth of approximately $413 million. In 2024, Nancy Pelosi's stock portfolio, this was a fascinating statistic to me, grew 70% in 1 year in 2024, and her portfolio outperformed every single large hedge fund in that same year, and even more than doubled the returns of Warren Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway. So I think the president stands with the American people on this. He doesn't want to see people like Nancy Pelosi enriching themselves off of public service and ripping off their constituents in the process. As for the mechanics of the legislation and how it will move forward, the White House continues to be in discussions with our friends on Capitol Hill. Emily, in a new seat today.
Thanks, Caroline. I wanted to ask about this report that the president wants to host a G20 meeting.
I grew this account 150% since yesterday. Nancy needs to step her fucking game up.
Would that be seen as his businesses possibly profiting from hosting this kind of meeting?
What's up, Cobra?
I would reject that.
Stop losing money
entirely. We have announcements and details forthcoming on the G20, but my understanding is no firm announcement is ready.
But
to
like
be made
it's
at this time.
different.
I did see the report.
I mean,
but we're not
yeah.
in a place to
Because my
confirm
total
just yet.
portfolio is 486 million.
What are the logistics for imposing those? Does the president have to sign an executive order tonight? What's the timing of that?
Yes, and he will be signing an executive order at some point this afternoon or later this evening. And as always, we'll keep you posted when that happens. And it will.
Email
be
her a
released
link to
tomorrow.
Gamma
Are there
Street.
some of these countries that have they all had contact with U.S. officials, or are there some countries that are going to get letters that have had no opportunity to negotiate with the United States?
Well, there's a lot of countries that I know have reached out. I believe it's upwards of 200 countries around the world have reached out to the trade and tariff team. Of course, as I said previously and the president said, we're going to prioritize our key trading partners, which we have done. Like I said, of the 18, 2/3 of those we have cut these tailor-made deals with. But I do know that the trade team has been working around the clock to try to be in correspondence with as many countries as possible. But if they haven't heard from us yet, they will in the form of a letter or an executive order by midnight tonight.
Did we get the collar roll
Sure,
yet?
go ahead. In the back left.
Thank you.
Amanda, yes.
Thank you very much. I have asked about the U.S.
Amanda, you can go up.
U.S. and South Korea tariff negotiations. At the tariff negotiation between South Korea and the United States concluded yesterday. President Trump stated on his SNS, Truth Social, that he would announce the specific details of the investment in the United States at the South Korea-United States summit in 2 weeks. My question is this tariff negotiation a final agreement, or is further negotiation necessary?
Well, yes, as you know, the president met with representatives of the Republic of South Korea here at the White House yesterday, and they did, in fact, reach a deal. And South Korea will pay a 15% tariff rate, including 15% on autos, while providing historic market access to American goods like autos and rice. Korea will purchase $100 billion in American energy by 2028. And the centerpiece of this deal is that South Korea has agreed to invest $350 billion at the president's direction to revitalize American industry. 90% of those profits will go to the United States government to help pay down our debt and for other matters at the president's choosing.
I think the collar might have
It was a very
rolled.
successful meeting yesterday.
When is set up the further U.S.-South Korea summit day?
I'll get you something on that. I don't have it at my fingertips. Okay, Amanda.
70,
Thank you,
50?
Caroline. There are a number of
Or
congressional
70, 75
Republicans
calls?
who have raised the alarm about the fact that roughly 80% of pharmaceuticals are either manufactured or their precursors are manufactured in either China or India. There are some pieces of legislation, some recommendations, which include either onshoring, nearshoring, or friendshoring those components of that.
Maybe not.
Do you know if the president intends to throw the weight of the executive behind that?
I don't have any updates for you at this time. I do have an update on our EU trade deal. I stand corrected. It's not $60 billion in investments. It's $600 billion in investments. I want to make that very clear. And I personally watched the president behind closed doors with the European president in Scotland negotiating this deal. And he got the most juice out of that squeeze that he could. And he was constantly looking out for America's interests. So I just wanted to clarify that one point. Deanna.
Thanks, Caroline. For the countries that don't have a deal yet, should we be looking at the April 2nd chart at all? Or is he negotiating and talking about having a set tariff rate, 10%, 20%?
Those discussions are taking place with the trade team today, and again, we'll provide further guidance with that executive order once it is signed, and the answer to that question will be in that executive order.
Is he looking to provide any more extensions today after his phone call with Mexico? Is there any other conversations like that?
I do know that other foreign leaders around the world have reached out, and if the president decides to share the conclusions of those calls with all of you, he will do so himself. But I do want to reiterate what the president said about Mexico. Mexico is still paying tariffs. They're paying a 25% tariff on fentanyl, 25% tariff on cars, a 50% tariff on steel, aluminum, and copper. And additionally, Mexico has agreed to immediately terminate its non-tariff trade barriers, of which there are many. And as the president said, we will continue to talk to Mexico over the next 90 days with the goal of signing a larger trade deal. The key to this, again, is Mexico has agreed to terminate
25% tariff on fentanyl? What?
Mexico is a very unique situation.
Gonna have to find a new source.
Of all the other countries around the world, because of course we share our southern border with Mexico, which we've seen an increase in cooperation between Mexico's President Claudia Sheinbaum and our administration on clamping down on drug trafficking and human trafficking at the southern border. We appreciate those efforts and will continue to work in good faith and to continue to have these trade discussions as well. Joey.
Yeah, thanks, Caroline. Just clarifying a previous question. President Trump has indicated he's been looking at either 15% or 20% baseline universal tariff. Has he landed on one of those yet?
I won't get ahead of the president on that baseline announcement.
And then secondly, what did Treasury Secretary Bassett mean yesterday when he called the new Trump accounts for newborns a, quote, backdoor to privatizing Social Security? Does the administration view this new Trump accounts as a way to, in the long term, perhaps privatize Social Security?
What the Secretary of Treasury was saying and what this administration believes is that these Trump newborn accounts, which is an incredibly creative and great provision that was in the One Big Beautiful Bill for newborn babies and
that's why the
and
Goldman
future generations
CEO is
of
meeting with
Americans
Trump.
will
He
help
wants to manage that
supplement, not
shit.
substitute Social Security. The Trump administration is wholeheartedly committed to protecting Social Security. The president did it in his first term. He's doing it again in this term. But these newborn accounts are another revenue stream for young people to watch their money grow throughout their lives and to one day be able to access those funds so they can hopefully build a home and live the American dream. Jake.
Just one follow-up on tariffs and then one not. Is the president at all considering extending the August 12th China deadline?
Everybody's staked that the government is just straight up buying
on China,
stocks.
you heard from the
Probably
president
some
on Air Force
shitty
One when
index
we
fund
were
that
returning
makes
from
like
Scotland. You've heard from the Treasury
1.5% a
Secretary as
year.
well, Ambassador Jameson Greer. They just spent 2 days in Geneva for their third round of talks with China. And the current policy, the current trade program that we have going with China right now, as it stands, will decrease our deficit by $5 billion this year. So we are moving in the right direction when it comes to China. And Secretary Besson and Ambassador Greer continue to be in direct communication with our Chinese counterparts.
But is the deadline, is it extension on the table potentially from the August 12th deadline as it stands?
I don't think so, but I'll let the Secretary of Treasury speak on that because he's leading these negotiations. Reagan, go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. There's growing frustration that more of Trump's nominees haven't been confirmed. Why does the president think that Republicans are so behind, and has he had any further conversations with Leader Thune about it?
The president has had many conversations with his friends in the United States Senate about advancing his nominees, his judicial nominees through this process. It is critical that we get these good attorneys in these positions so that we can end the weaponization of justice, so we can have true law and order in our country. It's unfortunate the Democrats are playing political games, but the president has made it clear to Senate Republicans they need to do everything in their power to advance the president's nominees as well. Kelly, go ahead.
Caroline, thank you. 2 questions real quickly.
Sure.
Nigeria. Congressman Chris Smith, Republican from New Jersey, is calling upon the President of the United States to do something in terms of imposing perhaps sanctions on Nigeria for the persecution of Christians living in the northern part of Nigeria by radical Islamic groups. Has he contacted the President yet? And do you know if there's any action that the President will take?
I'm not tracking a call between the president and the head of Nigeria. I know the president wholeheartedly condemns the persecution of Christians or, frankly, of people of any faith all over the world, but I don't have any updates for you in terms of sanctions in this part of the world.
My second question, Caroline, deals with immigration here in America. As you know, a lot of deportation has been going on. ICE has been going after violent criminals that are here illegally, and rightly so. In the midst of that, there are some evangelical pastors who are stating that it may have gone to a point of being indiscriminate and actually getting innocent people, like members of the clergy. Has the president and has ICE looked at that to see how they can actually go after those violent criminals, but also make sure that members of the clergy are still not being deported?
Well, look, the administration has always maintained the position that anyone who illegally crosses our nation's borders is subject to deportation. That's just the law of the land, and we must be a nation that enforces our laws. But the priority from ICE, of course, is to deport, detain, arrest, and remove violent illegal aliens and criminals from our country. And they have been doing that at the rate of thousands of illegal violent criminals every single week, especially in Democrat-run sanctuary cities where these illegal violent criminals have been given a safe haven and have essentially been immune from our nation's laws under the previous administration. That's not happening anymore because of this president and Secretary Noem in the Department of Homeland Security, and we are going to be a nation of laws. And as we've said repeatedly, if you came here illegally, you are subject to deportation, but the priority are those public safety threats that we must remove from our communities.
Caroline, thank you so much, Caroline. Two questions. So what Hamas hardens its position and Israel provides aid? Do you have any new information on the hostages that need aid too? And second question, we heard President Trump criticize President Macron and Prime Minister Starmer for their statement about recognizing a Palestinian state. What is the president's position on recognizing a Palestinian state, and will he recognize Israeli sovereignty in Judea and Samaria?
I can answer both of those questions for you. On the second question about a Palestinian state, the president expressed his displeasure and his disagreement with the leaders of France, the United Kingdom, and Canada. He feels as though that's rewarding Hamas at a time where Hamas is the true impediment to a ceasefire and to the release of all of the hostages. So to your first question, the president wants to see all of the hostages released. He cares deeply about this. He has met with many of the former hostages, many of the families of those who have loved ones who are still being held hostage in Gaza. I have met with them too. It is absolutely devastating what these poor people have been through, and the president is always thinking about them, and that's why he's designated his special envoy, Steve Witkoff, who's doing a tremendous job to release the hostages and to end this conflict. But the president has always said the last remaining hostages, now there are 20 living hostages in Gaza, will always be the hardest because Hamas is unfortunately using these innocent people as bargaining chips. But nevertheless, we are committed to seeing this come to an end. Elizabeth.
Thanks, Caroline. Part of the settlement with Brown prohibits it from performing transgender procedures or prescribing hormone puberty blockers, that type of thing. Will eliminating these types of procedures be a priority for the Trump administration in negotiations with other universities?
I can tell you that ending the chemical castration of children in our country is a priority of this administration. We've talked to many of these universities about it, but the president has also taken very strong action to cut off the funding for any medical institution in this country that provides those barbaric procedures. The Brown University agreement, since you brought it up, is yet another win to root out anti-Semitic behavior on our nation's college campuses and unlawful racial discrimination. Brown has agreed to no longer allow unlawful racial discrimination in admissions or university programming. They have agreed to provide access to all relevant data and information to rigorously assess compliance with its commitment to merit-based admissions, and they will pay $50 million over 10 years to state workforce development organizations that comply with anti-discrimination laws, supporting regional economic growth and career opportunities. Brown will also adopt the definitions of male and female from President Trump's executive order, defending women and gender ideology extremism for women's sports, programming, facilities, and housing. Brown will no longer perform gender reassignment surgeries on minors or prescribe them puberty blockers or cross-sex hormones. And Brown will take steps to improve the campus climate for Jewish students and combat anti-Semitism. on their campus. This is yet another huge win for American students and for those who love our country and want to abide by our country's laws. On the topic of defending women from gender ideology extremism and helping women's sports, the president will be signing an executive order at 4 o'clock today with some very famous professional athletes whom I'm sure you all know. And that executive order will be focused on strengthening athletics in our country and making America healthy again. And we are going to re-implement the presidential fitness test in America's schools, which is, I think, something all Americans can get behind. So you'll hear from the president in 2 hours, and we will see you all there. Thank you.
What did I miss? We went to 50. Okay, so the usual, you know, me predicting the market and then it doing what I said. NQ 23-4 test. Let's see what position looks like. Yeah, still soul puts at 55. The 55-50 bot puts went in the money a little bit there. So we're getting some profit taking on those. Remember, those are the furthest out of the money puts today. Probably gonna start getting some buy calls to the upside here. Still gonna have some bot puts piling in. Puts being bought back to the downside. Small numbers, though. 63-65 puts still being sold. Hmm. More bot puts coming in. New low. Hmm. More out of the money puts being bought at 20, 35, 40, 25. Oh, I think this might fail more. There's a lot of sold puts being sold here, obviously. But Um, 2 hours till close. See if bulls can get it back up over 50. It's definitely the goal here. There's 50 cleared. The game is pretty flat if they can get it out above this. Or at least out to like 75. $70, $75. Profit taking on these gigantic piles of puts. What do you want me to do to the chart? Left in gap at 48 to the upside. Two gaps to the upside, 45, 48. Huge piles of sold puts, 63.25, 63.15, 63.45. Some of those just got squeezed. They'll probably leverage them up here though. Fix it missed at 17. NQ testing 23.3. What price do we bounce? Maybe here. A lot of sold puts coming in, so seems like a good spot to try to bounce it at least. 45 and 48 gaps to the upside. The bot puts are deep enough in the money that they'll probably start getting some capitulation. There's those 50, 55 bot puts. Sold puts at 25, 15, 300. Sold puts to the upside at 40 and 50. Yeah, probably about at the bottom here. Quite hard to go lower than this without like Vana going negative. Maybe a relief rally off of this. Is this a country song for Gamma Strike? $45 gap about to fill. I don't know about back to 80. That'd be kind of wild. Maybe back to like 55. I guess if we break 55, 70, we got some momentum here, so it's possible. Hmm. There's 55. I would say we could probably move up to 60. Yes, VWAP is like 64.23. NQ is 63.6. Jesus. I don't own a pickle flavored t-shirt. Today is one of the baby colors. Yeah. I don't remember. I think it's the medium one. See if bulls can push out to 70. Should be able to. This gets squeezier to the upside. There's 6250. Nice. That's a fun trade. Hey, Gork, hit the like, please. Thanks, man. I made like 500 bucks on a dip below 50. Thanks, GS. Nice, Core. I turned the $225 futures account into 900 bucks since yesterday. And I picked up like 40K on straddles, which wasn't bad. It's been a good couple days. I've been like really under leveraged lately. Doing like 10 and 15x straddles. I'll do straddles under GN. What? They're so much better when options are cheap. Term reports a 7K. Nice, dude. Yeah, these have been some fucking good days. Which is a nice relief from just like buying calls at open and seeing how high we close. I feel like I can actually trade. Now back up 10. Nice. I almost made back all the money us yesterday. I love buying calls at open and having it make money. Ugh. It's disgusting. Bearish on the long term? Yeah. Yeah. Until I mean, the very long term. Until we fix our fiscal issues, yeah, I'm pretty bearish. Fiscal and monetary issues. But in the meantime, gotta make money where there's money to be made. So shorting banks, I shorted banks back in Feb pretty heavily. BlackRock, JPM. I haven't shorted them again yet, but I might. Maybe like back half of this year, I'd be more interested in doing that. Like after September. Let's get that $1 trillion of extra issuance out on the short end from the QRA, and then wait for fucking Powell not to cut rates again because super core PCE is skyrocketing. I think that'd be a bad recipe for banks. Who bought FIG at 116.38? Not me. I don't play IPOs. I said that earlier. Back-to-back 25K days. Nice. I think I nailed every high and low today. The only thing I fucked up was I didn't wake up until like 9:45. So I didn't get out of the call side of yesterday's straddle until like 10 o'clock. Can we make a rule? Anytime someone earns 10 million or more in a day, they have to buy the pickle jar pizza. Well, first they have to buy Pontiff. Risking 25K is insane to me. I'm happy with $50, but then again, I have a small port. It's all just relative to scale. The more money you, I mean, it's like you could take the same risk, just less leverage. Believe me, it's not as fun as it sounds. It's fucking stressful. Start having fucking nightmares about your port turning red while you're asleep. Trying to remember all the fucking positions you bought to hedge. Fortunately, GameStop made me completely indifferent to unrealized losses. There were days where I was down like 400K. Did you cry? No, I was I was streaming. I would have cried my eyes out if I was down 400K. Yeah, but then I was back up again. So it was fine. I'd probably pull a DFU and just get hammered on stream and hospital attire.
Special Agent Johnny Utah FBI put their pickle in my
Hits
Gherkin.
vape. Feuds trade.
Yum.
Feuds trade. Love you,
It's
Greg.
vape.
35K this week. Can't wait to
Feuds
lower my
trade.
risk tolerance and pivot from
Feuds trade.
gambling
Love
to
you,
trading or whatever.
Plus 35
Thank you
points
so
for
much,
calculate to
Utah.
lower my risk
That's
tolerance
fucking
and
awesome,
pivot
man. I'm
from
glad to hear
gambling
it.
to trading or whatever 350.
That's fucking sweet. Yeah, well, because you shift, you shift from. Right, and then are we fucking frozen again? Oh wait, I haven't refreshed since Nuke patched it, I don't think. Yeah, roundtable tonight. Oh, the fix isn't in prod yet. Okay, cool. Because we don't do midday prod pushes. Because we're not assholes. I was gonna say, we're definitely assholes. Yeah, not that kind of asshole. When do the tips touch? Jimmy's tips don't touch anymore. You know that? Well, generally. Cone keeps diluting too much. I guess they tap each other gently, but no like real good crossovers. Ah, I miss those days. Now there's just billions and billions and billions of GME shares. You know who doesn't fucking suck? Upstart. 82 million shares. Much better. And they make money. Billions? Yeah, billions. What, you think the free float's the cap? Noob. I don't have any TQQQ pits. I was very clear about this. I told you guys in the Discord too. I was like, no, I'm not buying that. Can you get up to the Delta flip? Tough. We could, but Bulls will have to lever up again here, which they may not. It's getting pretty late in the day. Charm's not really very favorable. If you were gonna buy them a couple days ago, you would have gotten SEP 80. Yeah, probably. Well, probably further. I probably would have gotten like, you know, I might have just bought the leap. Maybe September. Maybe like some September near the money. Leaps out of the money. Who cares about the DRS shares? 4 years? You gotta be kidding me. Here's to another however many years and lots more profits. Let's fucking go. Thanks, Willie. Can we stop talking about GMA? Why? Should have bought TQQQ puts 93. TQQQ is starting to collapse, but it's definitely not there yet. Nine months. Wind down. 9 months. The baby should have arrived by now. I'm up 38%. Nice. Not entirely thanks to you, but a serious good chunk of it. Thanks again for saving us from ourselves. Anytime, man. We're doing the members thing. Craziest GME run you called was the one from 150 to 350 over 2 weeks, months after the original squeeze. It was like clockwork. It was fun. I'm getting up there too. My membership's old enough to start preschool. I got a pile of SQQQ calls, sold enough to pay for them. Free calls for Apple and Amazon tonight. Nice. What's up, Bravo? 2 months? You gotta be kidding me. Here's to another how many more months and lots more losses. Thanks, Greenie. You're off to a good start. Oh. God. Boom, boom. Jesus. Oop, VN test. I wasn't paying attention. Did Bull's lever back up? A little bit. Bigger resistance at 75.80. Hey, we did it. We made it all the way to 70. That last leg of it was a bit of a struggle, though. I always forget to use these. Me too. One of these days I'll log into my account that's a pigeon whale and just watch the stream with you guys instead of being on it. Nice, bravo. Well done, man. Everyone's killing it today. This is awesome. Well, everyone except Cobra. That's what, you know what? That's what he gets for not being a pigeon whale. Three years? Reject this? There's no way. What happened to Cobra? He bought out of the money puts again when I told him not to. Girk's alias just starting fights in stream chat, challenging our understanding of Gamma Strike with false flag rhetoric. Jesus. Johnny Utah, thank you so much, man. Welcome to Cornichon, guys. When Greg said this seems like the bottom at 63.38, I thought that's... I really hope you didn't do that. Long Vana, not Vega. $50 together. This is getting pretty serious. That's longer than I've been married. Is this your longest relationship too? Yeah, I think so. You and TomTom, I think, are like the first like members. Some of the first. First like 10. Yeah. Jesus. We're going strong though. Oops. You're not ignored, DZ. You just don't ever ask me any questions.
Costellosaurus put their pickle in my jar. Never did I think I would coo at another man, but here we are. 5.
Yeah, but how many of us are still here? I don't know. Like, I think Pigeon Whale and Dillion are capped out around like 1,600 people at one point. It's down to like 1,000 over the years. Never did I think I would cure at another man, but here we are. It's the way. It's not you, it's me. Oh, Blanca. I've looked for 2 years and watched my son lose millions. So much shame on the family name. I'll never forgive him for Joby. Anytime, Danger. Waffles core. Thank you guys. Did what? I used mine last week. Yeah. Who the fuck is King Cobra think he is? Oh, it's beautiful. Hmm. Dump it, Dad. I can't hedge my spreads. Noted. There's a lot of bot calls to the downside. I don't know if we're gonna drop that hard. I need those like 55 calls to capitulate. Vol's starting to move back up again. Oh shit. I'm just here to see crypto lords and AI nerds see a winter of discontent as the public French revolutions them over energy costs. Also, will you put your toes on the screen when below 4,000? Thanks. Love you. I could think about it. Can we get an AI song from Ja Rule about the mustard line? I could find out. He's probably on. What's that app where you get like famous people to sing things? Yeah, it definitely seems like everybody's been making money today. Love you, Greg. A blow more money than I've gained, but hopefully I'll reach profitability again one day. Learned a lot. That's awesome, man. I'm glad to hear it. Sorry about the losing money part. Cameo. Yeah, that's it. Try not to do that if you can. It's not ideal. Paper trade a bit more. Get like a profitable strategy in place and then repeat that. Ooh. A little bouncy. Cool DM. Yeah, give me a second. Hmm. It's an interesting bounce to make a head and shoulders. I wonder if this is just the backside of the distribution here. Hmm. Bot puts coming in around spot pretty heavily. Bot calls at 70. Sold puts at 55. Bears definitely jumping in on the head and shoulders. Hmm. Okay, welcome to Zillionaire, man. Thank you so much for the support. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, dude. Still have no clue what's going on. 32 months of ducking into the bathroom at work to take trades. Thanks, Kirk. The old me would have bought puts at the bottom because I missed the drop at work. Didn't make money, but I learned at least. That's good. Starting to look more and more like this is, in fact, the back end of the distribution. There's still a shitload of bot pets out of the money. Like the 55-50 puts, there's still, Jesus Christ, like a little over 30,000 of them. I mean, tariffs do go into effect tomorrow. Is this going to be the first end of month where we don't just rip to the moon into close? I'm not leaving. Where am I going? I don't have shit to do today. We have a round table tonight. I'll legitimately try to start it at 9 p.m. Usually what happens is I say I'll start it at 9 p.m. and then it's 9 p.m. and I'm like, oh fuck, I forgot. So I started at 9:30. Also, Dork's always like eating dinner at weird hours. Will you be with us tomorrow for Tariff Day 1? I think so. Dork has to get the 4:30 p.m. blue hair shrimp special. Quesadilla hour. He eats dinner so early. I thought tariffs start 8/2 at 12 a.m. I think they do go into effect at midnight tomorrow. Or, well, midnight on Saturday. I will be buying some VX for over the weekend, I think. Tonight, she said? Really? Oh, alright. I want to say Dork's an old soul, but he's really just geriatric as fuck. Man, Bulls and Bears are really fighting over 65. Bulls trying to keep their 60 puts from getting squeezed out after they sold them in the money. Left a gap, 63, 63 to the upside on the drop. Failing to fill that would be interesting. Filled. Alright, never mind. Less interesting. Filled quick too, though, so possibly a continuation. There we go. Volume picks up pretty sharply under 60. It's probably why we're getting so much defense of this level. Or vol, not volume, vol. Well, both, I guess. And there goes 60. Whee! God, I did it again. Thanks, Dad. I'm saved. I didn't make the market do that, Nuke. You know that, right? Maybe not. Yes, you did. No, you didn't, Papa. J-Pow is market daddy. You're market zaddy. Let's fucking go. I'm wired up our buckets, and I'm about to shit in them. Alright, nice. There's one thing that I thought we needed more than anything when I started this, and that was buckets. So... Ha! I did it. I did. Dork, I 5x'd in 2 days. Nuke. Both of you. There's finally enough volatility to trade futures again. This is great. Can take $5 to $25 too. I was trying a different strategy. The win rate's not as high, but the profit factor is much higher. And the profit factor is like 3.25. And it's a lot less trades. But it's also less stressful. No trail stops. Let me refine it a bit more, Mr. Monopoly. We can talk about it. So I think I could get the win rate up a little higher, but I gotta change something. Could it be adapted to 0 DTUs? Maybe, but they'd have to be like the high delta. Beef Supreme, welcome to Zillionaire, man. Thank you so much, dude. Hit me up on the Discord, I'll get you added after the stream. Bot calls 50, 55, 60. Fuck ton of bot puts. Puts bot back at 60. It kind of looks like the bulls are bailing on their 60 call or 60 sold puts. So we might like move up, test 60 here, and then fail again. Might fail sooner than that. Yeah, I would say if we lose 54.50 again, maybe downside continuation. But if bulls can push this up, then we've got I don't know, they might be able to get like the 60 back in the money a little bit. Although I think if they do, they might bail on it. Yeah, I know Trump extended the tariffs. I mean, just so you know, Monopoly, futures should be, like ES especially, should be really tightly correlated with, like, the options data that you have on SPX, because MMs use it to hedge delta. So generally speaking, like, I trade ES off of this data all the time. And, like, I don't have, like, secret ES data on the back end or anything. Did we get the 60 test? Ooh, not even. And there goes 54.50. do you actually want to short that? Hmm. Yeah, if we lose 50, we could drop back down to like 40 or 38. Something like that. Remember, there's a fuck ton of bot pits here still. Yeah, because Vol's gonna move up again if we get under 50. Mm. Mm. Quite a lot of 45 bot pits coming in. I never answered the question about Trump pushing out tariffs. What do you mean? Like, if he pushes them out again? Then the market just completely stops believing that they're real entirely. He hasn't pushed anything out. Reciprocal tariffs are set to start at midnight tonight. Mexico got a reprieve. China's still waiting, but everything else. 1 second. Hmm. Bull's levering up a bit here. 28 minutes into close. Bot calls at 50. Bot puts at 60. So we could retest 60 again, technically, on some capitulation. Although I would watch the 55 test, because the bot calls at 50 could close on the upside test and that rug pull it. I don't know about 70s. 70s more difficult. Let's see if we can even get through the profit taking here. There's already a little bit. Delta's pretty flat though. As long as we don't lose 50. Yeah, maybe 70 by like end of day is possible. Like flat day over day. There's still so many bot puts here though. Even if we break out, we'd probably still pin to 55.50 in some way. Hmm. Charm's not very favorable here either. Hmm. Yeah, Bulls need it out above 60 to get Charm back to just flat. Hmm. Bulls are not in a great position here. They're just trying to leverage their way out of this hole. No, it did seem like the Bulls had it yesterday. I said they were going to try to rip it into close even. This is not quite the same. Yesterday the bot puts were out of the money. Right now they're in the money. Like the big piles of bot puts. I wouldn't call a 20-point drawdown reality settling in. "20 minutes till close." It's a little dumpy. Well, we just got a lower low too. The bottom of the gamma, like locally here, is 40, so bears could still get it down a little further. I will say if Bulls manage to get those 50, 55 puts back out of the money again, they might capitulate and squeeze off. When 5,800 JFresh promised? I have no idea. Is that what he's doing 5,800 now? We haven't even tested 65 yet. There we go. Fuck was that? One second. There's a gap at 51 to the downside. We left a gap back at 72, right up here. I wonder. Ooh, 55s are out of the money. Tell me not to buy an Apple put? Why? I hate Apple. Fucking synthetic short at 60. Bot calls 50. Sold puts 55. No, we filled the 51 gap. Hmm. Oh shit. Hmm. Ooh. Jesus. That was a reversal. Ten minutes left until close. Hmm. Have to gap to the upside here. There's bot puts down at 20. Gap back up at 42. Puts being sold 30, 35, 40. It's into close. Hmm. Hmm. Four minutes and a gap at 42 right here. It's like a big gap also. Sold puts here at 40 and at 50. Hmm. Ooh, fancy. There's 40. There's the gap. Almost there. I wonder if they get the gap filled, if they could push 50 here. That'd be fucking wild. Ding dang. One second. Earnings. All right. Sorry about that. I was just getting out of some ES contracts. It was short the spike, so I had to wait it out for the mean reversion. All right. So end of day, we closed pretty close to the bottom of the market makers. Expected move, bouncing off of that right into close, just a little bit. Ended up closing around 63.40. Looks like earnings aren't particularly great. Amazon down. Apple maybe up a little. Yeah, Apple's stable in the overnight, but Amazon down. Um, got another marked rise in the dollar, with yields at the top end of the curve lifting a tiny bit on the day, but very little. Correlation turning back around now that earnings are over. The MMs are dumping that additional delta. 1 second. So we got correlation turning back around, kind of stabilized a bit into the end of the day, but breaking down overall. Commodities down, copper, still down 20%, silver down, oil pulling back under 70 again. ES, NQ, YM all closing down for the day. This doesn't look like very many commodities are up at all. We got a turnaround in 3-month correlation here, but still no fucking move in bond vol. Leverage on the carry up at the short end and the long end. The short end's actually just continued up pretty steadily since Tuesday. So is the long end, but it had a bigger drop off. Forward yield on volatility now at -7%. Bond curve's fairly flat. Skew last night picked up, probably back down again today. And breadth is starting to retreat very quickly. Stocks falling under their 20-day moving average. So we're starting to get quite a lot of momentum in the breakdown here. We now have more stocks under their 20-day moving average than above their 20 and 50, and 50 is kind of falling pretty quickly too, and that'll be even worse today. And we see a lot of that breadth in the Dow and Russell losses. Also, if we look at like equal weighted S&P, down 0.9 versus ES, which is only down like 44. So it looks like people are bailing on some of those small caps as we move into a higher interest rate, probably steady rate environment. And correlation on vol between cash VIX and VX continues to rise. And we're seeing pretty substantial moves up in both VIX and VIX 3-month. Really not a lot of opportunity for VIX to come down, even with the overnight move off of the back of the Microsoft earnings. And I think that's something I talked about like a few weeks ago. If we started dropping any substantial amount, the demand for volatility was going to rise pretty rapidly. Something that we see driving that is Fed fund futures here, now down to 0.68 rate cuts by the middle of 2026, almost down to 1 rate cut by the start of 2026, and the September meeting is basically just being priced to zero. Bear steepener is still moving down, and we're moving like closer to inversion, which is weird. So rates at the short end kind of significantly. I mean, if you look at the 10-3, the 3-month is almost back above it, which is kind of wild. I guess lastly, we got a new all-time high. We tested that trend from well, I guess that starts back here at the 2022 peak. Kind of was tested again in December, and then we tested that one more time today, and we got rejected off of it pretty sharply. Obviously this hasn't dropped quite enough to confirm any kind of continuation. I think we'd probably want to lose like 62.90 to ensure that, but 62.90, 62.01, pretty important levels. I think if we lost 62.01 by the start of August, that would kind of start to turn the bias a little bearish, especially falling back under the EMA 30, which is kind of what we're looking at. What mean if invert means the bond market's pricing in higher for longer? So that's kind of important. Anyway, that's what we'll be looking at for tomorrow. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I hope you have a great day. I'll catch you later. Peace.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must have...
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's not...
Where did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like the